Hello everyone. Thank you for coming to my stream. Sorry if I sound a bit tired. I actually didn't get much sleep last night, but I want to get through this and try and get my brain flowing again. I'm going to start off with a nice little bit of self-promotion. I'm sure you'll all be happy with that. The song I dropped this morning, Pastures Green.
What is the view from the top? Up by the mountain slab? Is it truly bright and free, or shaded by what shouldn't be? Climb these rocky slopes, staining the stone red by the blood of their hopes. All their ideas, lies, truths and tropes, and added base those who never tried breathing their cold. We all dream of pastures green, but get nothing without sweat sheet. People feel smart to reach for aid, but worry knows the past betrayed. Mentality can be enough to make you snap. We rest till we are ready, fresh, ready to yap. We can find ourselves falling back down in the crap. We all dream of pastures green, but get nothing without sweat sheet. People feel smart to reach for aid, but worry knows the past betrayed. But trying solo can burn you down. You need others to lighten that frown. A brief open path may give you false light. If you can navigate, it gets very tight. It can be the trap set by some parasite. Sometimes the darker path will reach greater height. We all dream of pastures green, but get nothing without sweat sheet. People feel smart to reach for aid, but worry knows the past betrayed. But trying solo can burn you down. You need others to lighten that frown. Ow. Summit stairs back, empty-eyed. No golden throne, no cheering tide. Just wind that cuts and blows that creek. The crown you chase is razor bleak. You claw the last few crumbling feet, hands shredded raw, no victory sweet. The view, a graveyard of the incomplete. Echoes of screams from peaks they untrained. We all dream of pastures green, but stain the rock with what we've been. Sweat and blood buy you the scene. Fame's just a colder, lonelier shame.
Okay, so yeah, pastures green. We all dream. I mean, I look at it now, and I do still see things that I would try and fix. Like here. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going for with that, and especially as I wanted to have someone uninvolved in the background, kind of trying to stay out of it with his food. Um, this was done before Grok did the extended scene thing. So where I had to splice scenes to make this one, I could do that now properly. Here, digger. And then you got this one. Most of the characters who fall, apart from me and brain just froze on the name. Philip. Philip Shan, yeah. Um, they're made up people, but they represent different metas that have occurred where people just try and latch onto something. He was meant to be climbing up with a 6-7, representing people who just latch onto meme culture, and they get a short boost and then they just disappear from like the scene. And you got the people who are like saying, "Oh, I could do it if I tried." Just try. Those who get a helping hand up the ladder, as such. And then this was based off of a tweet that Feeble put out um, about how he was going to hold people's streams hostage with his music until Leaflet showed up to review. Yeah, that was the sound. Yeah. So you terrible angle. Yeah, I didn't have any reference for Anna, so I had to prompt that one into existence. But yes, a few things I'd probably tidy up a little bit. Do you know how hard it was? The way they're facing towards the camera rather than looking at the wall, was the standard I got whenever I tried having them climbing. I was just lucky to get a scene where they were doing that and they didn't have their arms reversed hanging onto the wall behind them. So I could use that as the base to actually start them moving in a reasonable direction. And this I put in there because I'd love to be in that room, see what that conversation was like. It'd be insane. Um, this one's like pick someone like a variety streamer, people who pick up on trends again. And did I do the muscle guy before that? No, it's got to be later on. General idea of people who get pulled down by people who pretend to be friends and then just do horrible stuff. Where are we? Of course, we've got Creepy Manjaro. I thought this being like the idea of the dream getting tainted by a lot of the frustration. And how sometimes you got to fight against it just to achieve what you want. And here we have Shadiversity. While I was making this video, Shad put out a little AI rendering of himself as like a fantasy warrior, which I promptly turned around and sent back to him with him drawing the sword and marching forward. And I thought Shad's always been a big supporter of AI art and that and the possibilities, so I just did a render of him offering a prayer to those who have fallen.
Graveyard of the incomplete, echoes of screams from peaks they untrade. We all dream of pastures green, but stain the rock with what we've been. Sweat and blood buy you the scene. Fame's just a colder, lonelier shame. Reach the top, what do you say? A miracle.
Yeah. He focuses mostly on weapon accuracy in like films and TV series, but he spreads out to other things. He even wrote a book. It's not a very good book. I've read it. It's fun enough. Not sure I agree with a lot of his what's the word? Reasoning in the story, but still a fun read. And it ends with a continuing march. Yeah, I was really happy with how the music turned out with this one, actually. Yeah. And main guy. Yeah, and this guy just sort of represents all those fitness and bro culture guys who come and go. As for the groupings, it was mostly random. And in this case, we've got one of the examples of why I tend to put Keen with other characters who've got beards. You see a beard developed on Skybrows here. And it stays in every scene that he's with him that I actually rendered him in. And then when they're on their own, see, it's gone there. People think there's like a peak that you reach. It's not true. There's always more to go to. Even I can see that, and I'm still at the foot of the mountain. Yeah. I was glad the beard didn't go over to foot powder. Yeah. And there's a risk considering I used the version of her with the helmet, so it might have thought she was a dwarf, not a. Although I did make it absurdly short in this. So that's almost half the height. And then I got these ones. Ryder, me in the cat form, and Nasky. I didn't even know she had a cat form until I was like, went to channel to try and see if she had any links for art that I could try and use to get a good model design. And she was streaming using this thing. So I grabbed that off the monitor as she was streaming and made this. Here she's more correct height. I think that's enough self-promotion for now. Let's get on to what you actually came here for. Me reviewing other people's music. Okay. Start off with, we've got Monkey Business by Vesper Unfiltered, and I have seen this because I caught it on somebody else's stream earlier today. And I think it's a fun song. I think the video might have been rushed a bit, but other than that, it's a good solid work. Let's give it a listen. Yeah, never enough self-promotion. Never enough elf promotion. I might show another video later on. Yeah. But anyway. All right. Here we've got the Monkey Business. And as I said, I think this video is slightly rushed and maybe in the production. It's well edited together and actually fitting in with the song. But I think the renders weren't given enough time. Like, for example, if you watch this bit here, you sort of see the massive blur that happens in the motion. Um, this happens because the AI has trouble keeping up with its own rendering speed for motion sometimes, which is why I'm going to do a little bit of behind the scenes, see if it comes up properly on the screen. I'd use this prompt at the start of trying to render the scene. So that everything's done in like slow motion and everything's held. You're telling the AI, keep it the same. Stop blurring everything. And then now this worked so reasonably well before, but it works even better now that you can actually continue the clip on, especially with Grok, where you can actually extend it up to 30 seconds long. Now, the slow motion that Grok tends to go for, I thought at first was like 2 times speed, which is why a lot of my renders, you see people moving, half speed. So when you see my renders, you see people moving in a rather jerky, fast motion, because it's not actually quite half speed. I found I actually need to get to about 1.6, 1.7-ish in terms of speeding up to get it to a more normal. Yeah, it has its moments. It's like trying to get Keen's hat to not be a tricorn. Pirates have tricorns, therefore they will always have tricorns. If you replace a tricorn with a bicorn, there you go. That's still a tricorn. I want a 2-pointed hat, not a 3-pointed. Anyway, so this is a good basic one. Just put that straight at the front of your generation on Grok. The fixed static shock no zoom or pan is specifically for this scene where the camera, you want it to stay absolutely still, because by doing that it means that you can use the same shot as in not the starting image to generate another scene in the same area using this, and you can like link it in without having like the jar you can sometimes get. Whereas this one, I think it was just like a straight through render. Now, she's gone with a, I think it's used the description of maybe wool instead of dreadlocks for the hair to keep the look right, especially with the AI, the CGI looking sections. Because I know that the AI has trouble with dreadlocks. Oh, I know. It's nicely flowing. You see here where powder's moving much slower, there's less blur. So we've got an example here. I don't know if this was intentional, but I found that when you try and generate Banana Juju and you start animating it, it'll either make her look very, very childish, which I think is like the monkey aspect being pushed through in the description, or it will make her absurdly proportioned, which I think was done purposely in this video. Well, these look like goblins. I think they're meant to represent the trolls. Yeah, no, this is definitely done exaggerated, but I have had it on occasion because I used the banana leaf version. Yeah, no problem. I mean, I'm not so good on the AI music generation side of things. I can hear a good song. I know when a good song comes through, and I can make small adjustments. But I have ruined more songs than I've been able to actually, salvage on Suno when I've been trying to adjust them. I mean, when I say ruined, you still get the original one you can go back to, but there are some where I had to just put them aside because I can't fix them the way I want to. But yeah, so you got, this is just playing on the whole Guna bait claims that people put out. Even though she's one of the most wholesome streamers I've come across. I mean, the lyrics talk for himself. It's just talking about how people treat the idea. It's like, no offense to the Americans in my audience, but you got to realize there's places outside the US. There's history outside of the US, and the problem is places outside the US start to think the US history is their history. That's what's happened with the UK, with all the claims of racism and oppression on certain cultures. We haven't had slavery in the UK since 1067. It's been illegal since then. And yes, we had companies that took part in the slave trade, but we haven't had slaves in the UK. British soil, if you were a slave and you stepped on it, you were free. Full stop. And Brits don't know this. It's not actually the Magna Carta. It's the Doomsday Book. When Harold Goodwinson, no, 1 second. Oh yeah, William the Bastard. Sorry, when William the Bastard conquered England and renamed himself William the Conqueror, he had the entire country inventoried, and that book was called the Doomsday Book. And he realised that if he put a tax on trading in slaves within the country, he could make back a lot of the money he spent waging war. And within a generation, nobody had slaves anymore. It wasn't technically illegal to have slaves, but nobody wanted to pay the fine, so they went to a different method. Instead, they had like the not indentured servitude. Think of it the peasantry rather than being slavery. Yeah, Britain bankrupted itself, making the world free of slavery. Well, they put themselves on the first steps to bankruptcy. It was the war that finally, it was in World War II, that finally bankrupted Britain. And why the empire fell apart. But yep, history lesson over. Just a bit of a rant about how people don't know history. And the sad thing is most of that stuff I didn't learn in school myself either. I had to learn through my own study of mythology and history, because I looked into things like, where does the legend of Arthur come from? What does Excalibur mean? And so on and so forth. And, and you find out the references to real things that have been mythicized. And that's precisely the point here. Is that what she's doing isn't racist, because dreadlocks have been part of Danish culture for as long as anyone's had Danish culture, I think. I mean, most cultures have had at some stage that hairstyle as part of things. It's a good way to keep hair out of the way while still maintaining the beauty symbol of hair. It was more of a male haircut thing than a female haircut, from what I remember. Because like keeping the hair long and lustrous while still keeping it out of the way while in combat. No, not only Danish, yeah. But it's very famously Danish because the Vikings had them. So it's like one of those iconic mark things. But it's actually a real one, unlike horned helmets, which is yet another Danish marker. That they never had horned helmets on the Vikings. Vikings were very much about having the streamlined helms, no decorations. They didn't want things getting in the way, getting caught on them. They often had like decorations on the front, with the eye guard and the nose to extend that out, and like a skull effects and so on, but nothing on top and above, because you didn't want something that would have bounced off the helmet, catching instead and yanking you to the side, or redirecting the blow onto you. See, now this climbing animation is really well done. Bananas and rice. When I first saw this, I hadn't seen the earlier scene. I just came in partway through the song. So I thought this was a reference to a single individual. You might know who I'm referring to. Certain left-wing streamer. But then this happened. I was like, oh no, it's just like a general... That's an amazing scene of climbing. As I said with the video that I just showed you of mine, getting them to climb and not phase through things is hard. Now, I had the benefit of mine being a rock wall, so there was a flat-ish surface they could just climb up along. That was climbing behind, around, over, and through tree branches. Doing that without phasing through was a very, very nicely done scene. Usual sort of like AI glitching there, no problem there. It's minor. Bit of a weird transition, but I'm okay with it. See here, it starts speeding up, and you get a purposeful blur there this time, I think. And here's the other morph you can sometimes get with Banana Juju when you try and get a climbing or swinging or hanging something, getting monkier and monkier features. Now, I think this might have been done directly from like a linked video, so it copied their motions. Because it's such a clean dance. I haven't tried that myself or anything, because I tend to do specific motions rather than, say, just have people dancing on screen. But it's very nicely done. And there's the original creator, Vesper. Very good song. Nice animation. As I said, there's always going to be a few glitches. I probably would have spent a little bit more time rendering those earlier scenes, the 2D ones, and maybe threw a few extra scenes in and for timing purposes of the cuts. But it's a nice slow song, so it's not too much of an issue. All right, go give the original some love. I vaguely knew who Powder was before the whole Skybrow stuff. I'd seen her around, and I didn't even realise it was her when I saw her in the first sort of Skybrows related viewing, because I'd seen the demon form before. I hadn't known she'd changed over to an elf. That's like asking how long's a piece of string, Andrew. It depends how much time and effort you're willing to put into it. How to sort of phrase it. Back when I made this scene, all this, everything was down to 10-second long clips. And I was doing slow motion renders to stop blur and model drift as much as possible. So I was effectively getting 5-second clips. And this video is over 5.5 minutes long. And even then, some of them I could actually extend. Because this one I actually told to do in fast, high speed, like a time lapse. So I could actually stretch it out a little bit. So I've actually got more time out of this one, because it was just such a nice shot. Yeah, and obviously you can sort of see where detail gets kind of lost. People are falling at different speeds and so on. Yeah. So if you're going to do something like this, I recommend you designing a very short song first. My first song was a 5-minute song, well, 4 minutes 40, and you can sort of see the difference in quality, but you will always improve as you go along. So let's just give you a quick. Not going to show you the entire thing, but you can sort of see the. That was one of the later scenes that I actually rendered into the video. And that was a scene where I forgot to specify the style. So it did a realistic rendition of the character rather than keeping it an anime avatar. And it would do like random things like forgetting to give him stubble, making him more bishy looking, losing eye colour. I learned you have to like prompt it to keep these things in. But yeah, so it's all about how much effort you went into it. This one probably took me the longest out of any of the ones I've done, because I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I didn't have any guides. I just went on to Firefly, made some images, went onto the AI video generator that they had alongside Firefly. I'm not sure if it's still there. Tried that for a little bit and wasn't very happy with it. Tried Grok, liked it, but was getting fed up with how long it took to do things. So I then paid for Grok. So I had more data usage with it. Yeah. And then see, now there's a lot of model drift in this part, but it's a fight scene. Even in, I'm going to say real animation, as in like hand-drawn animation, you get that sort of thing because it implies speed. It helps. Also, the video's all over the place. I had no idea what I wanted to do with it. Was it going to be a lore video for my character? Is it a political speech? Is it just a fun video? But you can see things that inspired later videos. Looking very Keanu Reeves there. And this is actually what started me doing like the animated videos. Is I had Suno to make a end track for my streams that I was going to do for gaming, and I wanted to do a nice little friendly farewell sort of screen to go with it. So I tried animating this in the Firefly program, and it was not great. And so I tried it in Grok, and it came out a little better. And no, you're not going to see that one just yet. But yeah, it's I always try and go back and look at some of the older ones to kind of tell me that I'm not as bad as I think I am. I am getting better, because it can sometimes when you look at some of the other people's work at there, especially Skybrow stuff, you go, is that AI? Is he actually just manually doing that? Is he actually properly animating that? It's so good. So good. Yeah, you have to. I've seen how some people who are much better at the AI stuff. I've seen them on like the Skynet Discord, putting their videos up, and I look at it going, "Why are you struggling with that?" And it's like, "Well, why don't you try this?" It's like, I'm actually helping. I actually know things I don't know, and we can share the information and improve that way. It's good. I'm loving this community we've got going on. It just because everyone works their minds through things differently. I mean, it's like I was saying, like with the editing and that, I favour a certain way of editing scenes together. Anyway, next reaction. Sticking on the Banana Juju theme. This is Banana Juju song Chuds. Now, there's been a bit of a kerfuffle around this because someone on her Discord put up like an image they were going to use for their song, and Banana Juju used it in this video, and the guy threw a hissy fit. Banana Juju apologised. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm not going to get into it. I think if you're going to use somebody else's things, credit them. And she's even admitted she should have credited them, and I think that she's right to have done so. But I think the other guy shouldn't have. What's the term? Gone off the rocker quite like that. Hopefully they've sorted it out, because apparently they were getting in contact with each other to try and talk things out. But she's blurred it out in here because she couldn't get in contact with him. So I'm just going to check everything's good on the settings. And let's get on with the song.
Why so serious? Open the app, oh look who's mad. Timeline crying cause I'm retarded, fearing sad. Type your words, farm that rage. Another NPC speech lost on my Twitter page. Spam, make insults, same old list. Copy, paste morals, use your digital fist. Racist, fascist, grifter, try again. Those words got patched like version 10. Block me, hate me, tell your friends to unfollow me. Stay mad, keep typing all night. Big grifter, pick me. Start another fight. Some so racist white girls scream it in spite, but the insults broke retards. Lost the fight. Based in chill, yeah, that's my vibe. Living rent free in your timeline hive. You throw shade, I throw a smile. Watch the whole thread go for a while. Cancel her, trending every other day. Funny how the retard mob just fades away. Call us chuds cause we speak our mind. Guess confidence is hard to find. Stream still rolling, chat spamming W. While you write essays nobody read through. Little sass, little meme, little laugh out loud. Funny how calm makes the haters loud. Stay mad, keep typing all night. Racist, fascist, grifter, start another fight. Label machine blasting, going full auto spite. But the insults, bro, retards lost the fight. Based in chill, we're doing fine. Living rent free in the Twitter timeline. You spread hate, we bring the light. Stay mad online, we'd be alright.
All right, this is a fun little video, but I think it suffers from the same problem. Yeah, they all turn a little bit off. This video suffers from the same problem as the previous one. Bit of a rushed video editing job. For a lot of the motion, it doesn't matter too much, but then you got things like this. Panty flash. Don't worry, she's wearing leotard. I'll ignore this bit. So So now this is fine. I would have tried to make sure they all had the same sort of fidelity, but I think she threw in an actual artist rendering of herself when one of her saved sort of video gifs of herself, which means that the sort of lower render of the others is standing out a little bit more. It does kind of draw all the attention onto her. It's her video; she can do it if she wants. I mean, like, distortion here is not too much of an issue because it's part of the whole frenetic aspect of it. It's actually pretty good around because you can sometimes do that and you end up with the head spinning in the wrong direction. You get some real demonic possession movement going on.
Open the app, oh look who's mad. Timeline crying cause I'm retarded, fear and sad. Type your words, farm that rage. Another NPC speech lost.
This is all clean.
Spam, make insults, same old list. Copy, paste morals, use your digital fist.
This one's a little bit rougher. I mean, that's a bad pause, but
Racist, fascist, grifter, try again. Those words got patched like version 10.
and as for the music there, that's a reference to the Powder song. So what?
Block me, hate me.
Yeah, there is the color difference as well. If they'd gone like with it'd be pink motif bottom left, red or blue motif top right, and a violet / purple motif bottom right. It might have balanced out the color differential more.
Tell your friends to unfollow me. Stay mad, keep typing all night. Big grifter, pick me. Start another fight. Some so racist white girl scream it in spite, but the insults broke retards lost.
Guy standing on top of a building that's only about a foot off the ground, but yeah, all good. See, they're all going a little bit elf. See, she's got the Chobits ears there at this point. No ears visible till there. Monkey ears replaced with elf ears. That's something that happens a lot with Banana Juju. Also, her clothes are vanishing almost entirely. See, now that one is a little bit more balanced because even though they're blue and green, the difference in visual quality isn't as much. So it balances out a little bit easier. Although because this one's a little bit more open and she's further back, it kind of falls away from Powder a little bit. You know, all the distortion works here because it's a big frenetic scene. Now, I want you to follow the head and body motion here. Ow. Ow. Her spine. But that's what I'm saying about getting the model to turn around sometimes can really be a challenge. And I thought that at a perfect time where the character flickers into a different model, which would be fine, but because it's the only one that changes, it's a little bit off. If that change had happened and Banana had changed into Celestium and Celestium had changed into one of the two that vanished, that could have been a really nice thing. But the fact it's just one person changes, it feels weird. Especially it's only one change. If it was like a change and then somebody else changed afterwards, that could work as well. You know, one by one. But I don't know whether it's just a rendering they wanted all four and it morphed one into another during the animation, or it's two. Yeah, it could have been many different things. You got the hair horns turning into elf ears. You got Banana Juju with elf ears. I mean, she already had elfish shares anyway, so but it's getting a bit more prominent. This is the same problem as I had with Skybrow's and Keen, where Keen's beard jumped onto Skybrow's. You can solve it by being very precise about what someone looks like. You know, it's like X character who has a defining feature of Y also has A, B, C, D, E, F, G. But you could end up with a huge block of text doing that. A huge block. I mean, I've got one over here. Man with horns, a beard, white shirt, black tie, black trousers, and black long coat, golden tasseled lapels, dragon wings, with a star-filled effect on the wing membranes, hands covered in ethereal black flame. It can get excessive sometimes. And it's a perfectly cute shot. This one's slower and it's much more silly, but you still get a bit of a leg twist. Whereas this one blurs and she actually switches direction of a spin. This is one of those scenes that I'd have done at half speed to make sure it rendered better, and then played it at the faster speed to put it in the scene. It's all really nicely done, and it's even quite reasonably tied to the beat of the music. It's just the generation stage that was probably a little bit rushed, or couldn't figure out how to solve a problem. But it's a good song, fun video. Look forward to see what they do in the future. I hope they do more, even though what happened, it's kind of might be a bit of a downer on trying this again. Hopefully it isn't. Go check out the original. Like, share, and all that stuff. Okay. I don't know how I found this particular one. I don't know what it's going to be like. So I've not subscribed or liked or anything yet. I haven't seen anything about this one. I just saw an image that was cyberpunky, and I think Lusty Links has reacted to it or seen it at least. So this is Ram Apocalypse Party by Noctra. Let's have a look at this.
Computer tower, red LEDs, crash alert, scream, how can this be? Card refresh, not available now, out of stocky, I wonder how. Boot it up, thermals climb, crucial piece missing, what happens this time? They say it's just a phase. When I hear ya heard that phrase. Chip supply is running dry. 8 gigs of RAM, do they even try? VRAM shortage kills a frame. $500 slide showing games. Scalpers cheer while prices fly. RAM apocalypse draws nigh. Pull the listing up, check the name. Is it MSRP or a sick mind game? Leather jacket, keynote grin. Next and soon, yeah, not when. Suggested builds I'll never own. Credit limits overgrown. You might also like. Use ancient GTX 2010 pins. Regret GPU.
I think the Vocaloid is meant to represent Neuro singing it.
4K at 14 frames, 12 weeks of dead. Budget build, no regret. Stay silent, spots overhead at Amazon words nobody ever said. Refresh the page. Is that theft? Scalper says I have the last one left. Chip supply is running dry. 8 gigs of RAM, do they even try? VRAM shortage kills a frame. Decade later, amount is the same. Scalpers cheer while prices fly. RAM apocalypse draws nigh. Play the driver, stutter that frame. Replace for cable, high power drains. And spit up. What's that sound? PSU's praise like flickering now.
Okay. Yeah. So, like you said, very Vocaloid in the style of the voice. But as I said, I think it's meant to represent it being Neuro who's singing it from the way they framed it. Now, of course, you've got Skybrow's, Leaflet, Asmongold, and I can never remember her name, but the cat girl VTuber that I believe the idea was he was going to go and kind of like joke about the person streaming that he was going to raid, but she was so cute and sweet he couldn't do it. And I assume that's Noctra. Is there a Skybrow's Asmon, Leaflet, KQSI, Neurosama, Linus Tech Tips, Gaming Nexus, Nextaku, Kirsch, and Pipkin Pipper. I thought I saw more than that. Unless one of those is for one of those people. But yeah, the song is a Vocaloid bop about RAM and the prices. Now, while my PC is on the older side, the one thing I focused on making sure I had plenty of is far more RAM than I could ever need, and having a very overpowered graphics card. Now, my graphics card is last generation, but it's top end last generation. So it's still kicking the arse of 90% of the games out there. It mostly has problems with some of the dual operation stuff, which is more of a motherboard issue than the RAM, the graphics card. So if I do an upgrade, I can just port those across and I'm good. So I'm lucky on that front myself. Now, that could be a reference to the whole campfire thing, or it could be the idea of having to go back to the wilds because of what's going on with all the RAM stuff. But physically entering the computer like it's just a doorway to get in there to go and see them. Now you've got Neuro and Evil Neuro twice over, but I think it's meant to represent Neuro and Evil Neuro and their filters, because the filters are AIs as well. Almost characters in their own right, to be honest. Just got to quickly check something. Something's gone a bit weird. No, I'm still good there. What's going on here? I know there's something wrong. Is that good? That's good. Fantastic. I was worried there for a second. Yep, all good. Don't know what that alert was for. Maybe the signal dropped out for a second. And then of course you've got the Nvidia cat girls. Price for RAM and yeah. And that's, of course, the Grok companion. Yeah, I got myself 128 DDR4 Razors. Was it Razer? Yeah. Anyway, I went over the top because the computer I had before was slow as a bugger. Yeah, I mean, part of the reason is that a lot of the stuff that's eating up a lot of the display RAM and graphics cards is stuff that nobody wants. It's over-the-top ray tracing. It's super detailed shadows. Shadows, yes, it doesn't need to be super detailed. Yeah. Now I do like the pulsing to the beat. As I said, I like trying making it interesting on the beat. Now the scene changing isn't happening with the changing of verses. Here. Oh, so that one did happen. Okay, so they did do it, but not for all of them. There are parts where you leave it longer. I don't know if it's just they liked the scene and wanted to keep it longer, or they couldn't figure out what to put into that. Nice set of RAM. So yeah, that I would have cut that into 3 parts already as it's gone. I'd have cut away to something to show people suffering from bad RAM. Oh yeah, all the scammers. Yeah, just you'd like to be able to trust people selling you cheaper supplies. And then of course we had the counterintelligent there with the Guy Fawkes mask, representing the rebellion in V for Vendetta? Oh hey Ovded. Good to see you. Just going over a few songs. Yeah, living under a bridge to afford the graphics cards. So yeah, I was worried that my RAM was going to be not enough to deal with things, but I've heard people going back all the way to DDR3 level RAMs just to make it affordable for themselves, and they're still doing fine. It's a fun song about a pretty annoying topic. And I get it can be tempting to do this, but I personally don't like putting speech bubbles in unless it's like a very specific single line clear thing. Especially if she's doing like the Noctra does a male mod. I don't know whether he is or not, but does like the pulse in, pulse out. By having it a speech bubble that fills up with words, it can be annoying for people watching. So if it's like a single line, like I did one of mine, a judge declaring innocence is no defense. Just big, bold, takes up a big chunk of it, clear, no distortion. It's just my personal preference on that sort of thing. But in general, keeping the pulse and doing it nicely timed to the music. And then when the pulse stopped for a moment there, see, that was okay because it's a nice, big, clear, short phrase. Kersha with her husband. Yeah, rather famous crash out about Nvidia. See, that part's okay because it's long and that, but the others were a bit rapid. I mean, I'd even do it as like a post add-in speech bubble instead, so that it stays relatively stationary while the video bounces, making it easier for people to read. So even while the world's spinning, the message stays clear, rather than rendering it in the image. It's one of the things I kind of picked up on DJ Nathaniel. He tries to put words into the animation. I think that's a bad move unless it's like a sign on the wall sort of thing. kind of can limit your editing possibilities with the video, while also it's the easiest thing for the AI to muck up. We've all seen the famous misspellings and reverse letters. There's just a nice little cheesecake bit at the end of the song. Which, you know, all fair dues. But yeah, I think Doctor has earned my subscription and the like. And I'll share out the video to all of you. Yeah, I think it's like the rebel AI army against the corporate AI. That's why the V masks. We'd all like our robots to come around and help tidy up. Like my model, I have long hair, and now I know why when I was living with my family, they complained so much about how much they had to clean up from the carpets. I in fact got myself one of those dog hair cleaners for carpets, and I didn't realise how much of my hair I shed. I'm worried I'm going bald, but I've luckily missed that curse of my family. My hair's good. My family's got a history of male pattern baldness, so the fact that I don't have that is the reason why I let my hair grow so long. And now I'm regretting that because of the mess it's making in my own house now. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute. I had some drinks before the start of the stream, and it's starting to work for me a little bit early, faster than usual. So I'm going to give you a short one. So I'm going to put you on the playlist. I'm going to mute and go away.
What is the view from the top? Up by the mountain slab? Is it truly bright and free, or shaded by what shouldn't be? Climb these rocky slopes, staining the stone red by the blood of their hopes. All their ideas, lies, truths and tropes, and added base those who never tried breathing their cold. We all dream of pastures green, but get nothing without sweat sheet. People feel smart to reach for aid, but worry knows the past betrayed. Mentality can be enough to make you snap. We rest till we are ready, fresh, ready to yap. We can find ourselves falling back down in the crap. We all dream of pastures green, We all dream of pastures green, but get nothing without sweatsheet. People feel smart to reach for aid, but worry not of past betrayed. But trying solo can burn you down. You need others to lighten that frown. Ow. Summit stares back, empty-eyed. No golden throne, no cheering tide. Just when the cuts and blows that creek, the crown you chase is razor bleak. You claw the last few crumbling feet, hands shredded raw, no victory sweet. The view, a graveyard of the incomplete. Echoes of screams from peaks they untrade. We all dream of pastures green, but stain the rock with what we've been. Sweat and blood buy you the scene. Fame's just a colder, lonelier sheen. Reach the top, what do you say? A mirror cracks, oh, staring at me. No gods of blood, oh, no cloud to please, just you in the next stampede. Still not free, the mountain never sets you free. Climb again or run where you bleed. What is the view from the top? Just more of the feet. Just more of the feet.
Okay, that was another nice little playthrough of Pastures Green. self promotion. Yay. All right, on to the next proper review. This is one. I think I've seen clips of it going by on other people's streams, and I think they've already got several songs out already. But this is the one I clicked on and saved to review. By JJ, and I know they've appeared in other people's videos because somebody told me that this is the person who it was. This is Zero Reason, Zero Mercy by JJ. Let's give this a watch.
They flip the switch without a warning. No trial, no truth, no goddamn morning light. Just shadows whispering through the wires. Another name erased overnight. You built your world from midnight laughter, late night streams and neon dreams. But cowards hiding behind their buttons pulled the plug on everything. They never knew your fire, never saw your heart. Just numbers on a screen while they tore it all apart. But we were there, we saw it all, and we're not letting you fall. Hey, Twitch pulled the trigger for zero damn reason, but we're still standing here loud as hell. Celestium rising through every season, while the liars hide in their digital shells. Sky brows roaring like thunder tonight. We won't stay quiet, we won't play nice. You tried to silence a shining star, now you've got a whole damn army to fight. They thought a button could erase you, like you were just another name. But You're a storm that can't contain, and we're the lightning in your flames. Screens glow red with fury tonight. Discord fires in every room. Friends with rage in their voices, like drums before the boom. Esto es una mierda. Nos robaron la voz. Cancelaron la Celestium. Pero aquí estamos nosotros. Sin razón, sin verdad. Solo cobardes detrás del control. Pero escucha bien, Twitch. No vas a apagar este sol. Twitch pulled the trigger for zero damn reason. But we're still screaming through the sound. Celestium shining, brighter than treason. While the whole damn world hears us now. Sky bows louder than thunder tonight. Every message a spark in the dark. You tried to bury a blazing fire. Now you've ignited a million hearts. You can mute a channel, but you can't mute a soul. You can ban a username, but you can't ban control. Every voice in the summer, every laugh, every cheer, with a sound of rebellion. And we're still right here. Celestium no está sola. Jamás la vamos a dejar. Sky Browns unidos gritando. Nadie nos va a callar. Escuchen fuerte. Twitch. Escuchen fuerte. That Celestium's name is ringing loud for the whole damn world to hear. That Celestium's name is ringing loud for the whole damn world to hear.
Yeah, that's a solid song. Obviously, as Rinya pointed out, was it Rinya who said it? Did it one day. So obviously the video is not perfect. Wouldn't expect it to be. I mean, I spend days on mine and they're not perfect. So it's really well put together considering how fast it was. I get the feeling some parts of it might have been originally meant for another video first. And if I'm right from the way the at the end there, the let's get that. Slash him up, yeah, because that's what the song's about. Slash him being tough. Right, for the people who participated, I get the feeling it's like a real group effort. People actually sending in their own generations of themselves fighting Twitch, which is why the Twitch robots vary so much. So I won't hold any of the glitches that aren't of their own character. You might be in a second part of the... No? Oh. Go and tell her off in the comments. It's easy enough. It's probably just because it's so many of them. And you probably don't show up on the @ listings either if you haven't got any videos on your channel. Yeah, I mean, even Mumi playing games didn't show up for a long time for some reason. Just no matter how, even if you typed his name perfectly, completely wrong, it wouldn't show up on the thing when you do the ats. Now, this bit, if I get the sword, this is a typical AI issue. Starts off as a samurai sword, katana. Once it reaches this point, if the samurai thing, is it showing up for you on the stream? No, it isn't. So it's just there's a box here, annoyingly for me, that it's not showing up on stream, right on top of the sword, where it's morphed more into a long sword, and then you see it ends up. It's got the katana hilt, but it's a long sword blade shape. AIs have trouble keeping weapons. I was going to say weapons straight, and that's true as well. Number of times you see like lots of bendy swords. But yeah, I mean it's still clean. And obviously, if they had more time, they could spend time going back and forth. Originally, before I saw the thing at the end, I was saying, "Oh, did she go to Wild Araki to get?" Because this looks like directly something a Wild Araki does, even in the same format that he uses that I complain about. But obviously, he supplied himself, and then Psychro. Now, is Keyvox still here? Oh yeah. My face struggles to stay human. Yeah, I found that when you're doing the description, even if you've got an image of yourself, I've mostly found it when I was doing Silas. His face goes very wolfy, in terms of animalistic, the easiest out of anyone that I've done models for. You have to specify human face, eye color. You've got the negative that because you've got the beard effect and it's in the same color as the hair of the fox, it morphs you more easily, I'd say. Especially as AI doesn't like beards in general anyway. Nice imagery, but I'm not sure how. I don't know if Celestium's actually reacted to this. I'm not sure how she'd take it, considering sensibilities about depictions of this sort. But I'm sure she's taking good jest. Yeah. Now, see, there's a common issue with AI and masked characters. If you put yell or shout or says as part of the descriptor, suddenly mouths will appear on masks. So you've got to try and be very careful about not doing that. You've got to say a yelling motion or raises hand in celebration and tilts head. You've got to very specifically not mention a mouth. And that can stop that from happening. Weirdly enough, that one goes back to being a mask. I've often seen it when it does it, that it creates a mouth and the mouth stays there. So I don't know quite what's happened with that one, if you know what I mean. Dot Pocket. As I like calling him, Hot Topic. This is obviously just put in there to fill space because how quickly it had to be done. Now see, that one is Mr. Keyvox is still here. Was it a longer clip that your face morphed into, or did you just stick with the fox face from the start? It's an army, I think.
erase you like you were just another name, but you're a storm that can't contain, and we're the lightning in your flame.
I don't know who that is, and I don't know if he's meant to disappear. But it's a weird motion. But yeah, it is what it is. Don't know this one. Del Demon. More text filler. As I said, while it's a very solid song, and I do like the language change, I don't know if they sing it directly themselves, because some people do different mixes of AI to music. As in, like, whether they do the beats and stuff and then sing themselves, or play the music and have someone, an AI voice, sing over it. So I don't know if they sung it themselves, or they just are good with the language changes in the AI program. Because I tried doing something like that with Suno, for like doing like a borrowed words, you know, like how we use Japanese words sometimes for little things here and there, and German words. And I wanted to give it an accent, and it just wouldn't do it. Whereas that was very clean switching of accents. I mean, I can do it for a verse, but getting it to do it for specific words or phrases, it struggles to do when I've been trying to do it. It was a fox the whole time. So did you tell it to do that, so you lean into it, or did it just generate you as a fox? Something the archivist. Torstwolf. See, there's another example of the mask morphing into a mouth when it's like, probably described, pulls guns out and it's like says something or yells something, so the mouth appears. DJ Nathaniel. Somebody might know them, possibly. Congratulations, Runya. So did you actually generate this yourself for them, or did you like offer the image in? Because it's very clean. Could possibly needed a little bit more direction and movement, but other than that, it's very, very clean imagery. Doesn't suffer from the blur, at least. Ah, she did it from your character sheet. Okay. Good fun AI guns. And we've got the mouth mask effect again. And you'll notice that things get hit by weapons and nothing happens to them for the most part. You have to really very specifically say things happen. So if you try to start shooting at a horde, you have to actually specifically say things die. Grok, at the very least, seems to dislike injuring anything on the screen. It's like with the video Pasha's Green, it took so much effort to to get that much blood. It took so much effort just to make him actively bleed as he's falling. And even then, it mucked up so often I had to snip edit that, because I had one of those twist effects in the falling where my body went one way and the head went the other. But yeah, I mean, even like pushing and shoving people it dislikes. See this, I had to edit together because it wouldn't actively push the person off the cliff. Anyway, back to the video we're actually discussing. Yes. Fashizi. I think that's the first time I've seen I'm assuming Fashizi animated that himself. I think it's the first time I've seen him animate his own avatar for a video. He usually doesn't put himself in. Zayla Zazazia. I believe this is samurai version of Gaming Syndicate, and it's decided to delete his mask. I've seen the image of him in the samurai armor, so I'm pretty sure it's gone from. I've seen this guy around a lot, but I can never remember his name. So I've seen him being put into videos. No idea who that is, but I think I've seen him in other videos, but only as like a cartoony version. I've not seen like a photorealistic version. Dawn Halo, I'm guessing. Roboticus Prime. Could always expect him to do good robot imagery. Another Keyvox one. Del Demon again. Roboticus Prime again. See, that's an example there of where it's obvious that it was meant to be smashing through a horde of robots. But all it really allowed is hitting one over and over again and the rest just run past him. Brian Bro, there on Discord. So I pop in there now and again, especially if I've like looking for any sort of like references or ideas to bounce off, or if I want to show something and get someone's opinion on it. But I don't spend a lot of time in the actual Discord. I probably should spend a bit more time there. I learn so much every time I'm there. But it also sends me off on tangents, and I really need to do other things than just continually make more AI video clips. I've already caught up with my gaming video backlog on my other channel. So I'm like daily doing new fresh games, and like, oh god, I haven't got anything on in my library at the moment that's new. It's just all stuff that I've done before. Apart from Slay the Spire, I'll be playing that for a little bit. Slay the Spire 2, sorry. I don't know who that is. Probably someone from Discord again. So more of that mask mouth issue I was saying earlier. And then we had like the robots running by. As I said, it's really an issue with Grok. He doesn't like things confronting you directly. Can't believe I've done this. I've done what? Yeah, going to give the shout out for everyone, and of course the Celestium. Give Celestium all your support and love and help. Any way you can on any channel that you can find. Psychro, Wilderarchy, Dot Pocket, Hot Topic, DJ Nathaniel, Torst Wolf, Captain Rudy 4021, Zayla Zazazia, Dawn Halo, I was right, that's all Dawn Halo, Mr. Keyvox, Princess Loxy, I'm assuming that's probably the blonde woman I saw in the clip, I couldn't identify her. Then Brian Speaks, Itami Works, and Splinkit Dragon. And of course, Runya. In fact, that's probably why you weren't, as you said, you didn't actually animate your one. That's probably why it wasn't shouted out because it wasn't your animation, even though it's your character. So it's one of those minor kind of distinctions people can make in their minds when they list things. Who knows? Anyway, yeah. Subscribe, like, go watch the original. I'm not a replacement for it. Dragon is Samurai. Ah, cool. That makes sense. I'm not a replacement for the original. Go give the original some love. She just forgot. Okay. Oh, you've already gone spoken to her about it. It's always happy to see you first. When I first saw myself, I didn't believe I was actually in a video, and I got the distinction of being in such a good video as like high quality, crisper video as the One Sky video by Louisverse as my first appearance. I'm not saying that I'm better than you for that, but it's always every time I see myself, I'm surprised to see it. But I didn't actually believe it was me when I first saw it. I was like, that's just some other cat boy. I've got a very kind of generic look. I mean, there's also the fact that my magic was red and not purple. That kind of threw me off. But I'm even nitpicking Louis. Louisverse. Okay. Take a moment to breathe. And moving on to the next one. Still Singing My Truth, a Kirsch Versailles song. You Can't Cancel the Korsha. By Grumpy Whiskers. Which, like my own name, when I had on my gaming channel, it was just Depthswalker. There are so many channels that are called Grumpy Whiskers. You've got to remember the underscore if you're searching for it. So I'm going to give a share now, because I have heard this and it's a good song. So if you can use that to find the channel and give your follow and likes and all that sort of stuff. I've heard this and I've seen clips of it. I haven't seen the entire video. I've seen snippets of it. I was like walking past while having the headphones on and walking around doing stuff in the house. So I've heard the song. So I can already do one disclaimer. Where's the Boston accent? You can actually put that into Suno. I've tried putting accents in, and a lot of them are in there. But that's just me joking. It'd be almost unintelligible if you gave her an accent. All right, let's listen to the song properly, shall we?
Whisper in the corner, spreading poison through the room. Call me sinner, call me monster, say I'm headed for my doom. They paint me black with every lie, they spin into the night. But honey, I've heard it all before, I still shine in this low light. They try so hard to break me down and make me disappear, but every word they throw at me just proves they live in fear. They can call me what they want, let them talk. words, but they can't erase the woman standing here in front of you. I've been called every name, I've been dragged through every mind, but look at me. I'm still singing, still standing, still in love. Still in love. They can call me what they want, let them talk their ugly lies. I'll still be here when morning comes, still singing with these eyes. I won't give in, I won't back down, I'll keep my truth alive. Let them hate, let them scream. I'm still here, still alive, still singing, still singing, still here, still alive. Still singing, still alive.
Okay. Very calm, soothing tone with the lounge music. On a very sharp message, really, about being hated and just getting on with your life anyway, really, is the message of the song. That would have been completely on model, yeah. But yeah, so very clean generations for the most part. There's a few errors here and there. If I can spot some of them. Like, I'm not entirely sure that's meant to be flying, but you can kind of let it go because they're mystic foxes and all that sort of stuff. Keen's lacking some of his colour, but you know, it is what it is. I do love the banana darts for Juju here. But there was a couple of here. You've got the ice being placed in. How many hands does she have? But yeah, so very basic things like that. Now, I haven't used it myself, but if you're going to try and do a scene of someone's mouth close up, or their face while they're doing something like speaking or singing a lot, there's a program that Don P. Bongwater uses when he's doing his videos to match sound and mouth movements. I cannot for the life of me remember it offhand. Even though I bring it up, you know, I tend not to try and do diegetic music or sounds in my videos. There'll be people shouting, and there may be like a generic shout at the same time as the music shouts. But I don't try and make it as though someone's directly saying a line that appears in the music, which is what diegenic is, like where the music's part of the world. But if you can do that, that might solve that issue there, because that's the only thing that really kind of pulls you away from the video at that point. The rest of it's all pretty good. I mean, the flash bounces are a little bit weird at the start with the drinking scene. So pulse, 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 but no pulse on the rest of the beats, and then back pulsing on the beat. But then it's late to do it for this part. And scene just fades away. If it like done like pulse, 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 and then flashed out the scene, that might have felt a little bit smoother in terms of the pulsing, if you're on the beat still, as it was building up the song along with it. that's what I'm saying about the pulls it away. I don't know if that's a particular tune, but you know, good depiction at least. Aspen Gold, of course. I do love the stylistic choices, especially when it sort of does the slow down and the static effect. I tried doing something similar for a video that's coming up, but it's a much simpler outlay the way I've done it, so it doesn't struggle as much. And the very exaggerated moment here. Now, I think it's actually meant to be Black Wolf here, or Glacius Wolf, depending on how you want to say it. But everyone's going to think Kaya, even though it's a wolf, not a dog. So. And then we've got a character coming up that I thought was a young version of Griffin Knight when I saw him on somebody else's stream. But if you can tell me who it is, because it's another person from the Discord, isn't it? Are they listed? They are. Fantastic. 125. That is Griffin Knight. Somebody said it was somebody from the Discord. Huh. Well, then I've got several things to say. You've got the eyes right, which is good, although it should be red, not gold. He's got 2 sets of horns, and he's got dragon wings, not feathery wings. There. I've got something to say about the scene. It could be Kaya. It is Kaya. I suppose it's hard to get the right kind of dog. I thought it was Glacius Wolf because it looks like a wolf more than a. So it could be a husky, but then again, Kaya's not husky either. So it's one of those things. Yes. Lack of a beard is also an issue, yeah. So it's one of those ones where it's like, a lot of these are off model, is what I call it. It was like when they're in costumes, not the normal one. Like he's not got his rolled up shirt, he's extra muscular, which to be fair, he did in his own video as well. She's wearing a completely different dress. She hasn't got the head bit. But they are still identifiable as who they are. Doesn't matter who it is. These ones are a little bit rougher on that. You need to really sort of like focus on things. I mean, yes, electricity is there as like a joke about the whole shock collar thing. But by being a very distinct looking dog, I mean, I can't think of the breed of Kaya, but I know it's like a very beige coloured dog. And you could like do a version of him that looks younger, but by having, I mean, yes, when you generate him, he often does end up with feather wings instead of bat wings or dragon wings, depending on how you word it. I try using the word dragon because the bat wings can end up with this really nasty looking fingery effect to the wings. And you can also end up with the arms disappearing into the wings if you say bat. But yeah, you can't just say wings. You have to very, very specifically say dragon wings. And I also put it as dragon wings with star effects on the membranes of the wings. So you get a stellar effecting on the wings, which is what he has with the model. Penny Bloomfield. Didn't spot her at first, but I was actually on Penny's stream when she saw this, and she didn't recognise herself either. That's what I said about going off model. Which, to be fair, this isn't that far off model. Green, pennies, red hair. It's like Mizuki, and I'm assuming this is meant to be Smugglerana. Designer mix, yeah. But it could be Kershaw still, because it's got the bright blue eyes. What colour eyes is Smugs? Yeah. There's no cherries. That's why I'm saying it's not Kershaw. You know, I've got the freaking list here. Why don't I just check that? So it's smug, yeah. Always a pain to try and get the bandana to do it. You end up with eye patches. It can also be the wrong eye. I haven't found a permanent solution to fixing it. Even using a direct model, as in like I've got a model that's perfectly right what I want to use, feeding that in, and it will still remove the eye covering. Even if you specifically say he has a red bandana or red handkerchief or red cloth covering an eye, yeah, it will still remove it. Every now and again, it will leave it there and then put an eye patch on the other eye. NIL. Yeah. So yeah, got Banana Juju and Powder. Very shiny CG models here. Don't know what description was used to do that, but the style is very much fitting with the setting of like the 1930s-esque style to go with the music. Or so 1950s, really, I suppose. And of course, got Leaflet with a modification of her guild uniform. Nice. Glad everyone's sharing love. It's still saying 24 for me, so I'll claim I gave them those 6 subs. He deserves it. It's a very solid work. So there's very minor issues that like can happen to anyone, like this one that I pointed out earlier. 1, 2, 3. I've had issues like that. And it's also off to the side, although the focus is here, so it is easier to spot. If the focus was on Powder, then it would be less of an issue. But as the focus is definitely here, you've got to be careful of that. It's why I wish that Grok would add in a wand feature for editing, so you can go, oh look, this video. Can you just mouse around this object here and remove that from the edit? Number of times I've had fantastic edits with one glaring issue that you just could wish you to just wander around it and go, remove this one thing, keep the rest the same.
They can break the mirrors, they can burn the photographs, but they can't erase the woman standing here in front of you.
I do like the distortion effect there with the yeah, it fits the mood of it. It's like distorted reality for the person involved. And boom, another one of those issues where the arm just completely vanished. I've had that happen in one of my videos recently. I didn't spot it until after I'd finished editing the video together. Yeah. And we've got an interesting design of Nux. Looks far too calm. Considering the pacing, and it's actually quite a slow beat of the drum, they could have actually edited that so he was hitting the drum at the right point, but that's again me going, what I would try to achieve, and I probably would fail at. In this bigger scene, it makes sense to not focus on it, but when he's layering the focus in the middle, trying to get right. Gaming Syndicate, who is actually supposed to have like an ashen black skin tone with red blazing eyes, but it's a nice render of him. Might even be from an older model. And another romantic couple. I wonder how many years that joke's going to stay around. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I caught him reacting to one of the videos a little while ago. And he was talking, it's like, I should just lean into this. I'm thinking about actually getting myself a a VTuber avatar where I'm going to be a gorilla, and everyone just turned around and went, no, 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 no. There's this guy called Raider Zero, where he's a cat being held by a girl. What you should do is get a gorilla and have yourself being carried by the gorilla. I was like, yes, do that. Just do that. That'd be hilarious. Lean into it. Live for it, man. Live for it. So very clean, these scenes to put in, but there are a few errors that just sneaked in. The grumpy cat himself. I didn't catch it before. Is that? Oh, it's just a weird rendering of the cursory. For a second there, I thought it was somebody else. Boom. Okay, yeah. So, Still Singing My Truth, Kirschfest style song by Grumpy Whiskers. I already shared, but I'm going to share again, just to make sure that anyone who joined in late, go in and give a lot of love to Grumpy Whiskers for a very well done song. So they've got a few other songs that I might have a look at, but I think this is like the only sort of Skybrowse one that I saw on these listings. Okay. All right. Next. Oh, 1 second. Had a frog in my throat there. Next, we have Arrogant and Pitiless by Whalesbane. Now, Whalesbane, I've seen around in the chat every now and again. I don't know if they're here today. They had 3 videos on the thing, and I decided to pick the newest one just because I wanted to get the best look at what they've done. I might go back and look at the others and share it. All that. Let's see what this one's like.
Final day, never admit fault, rise and ride your tiny thought. The power of name calling is die, charging forward with ignorant, reckless pride. Your ivory towers begin to collapse with bated breath. Shears and clads, your bullets frayed at the seams. Support scattered, weak and screams. Revolt has become trendy. No kindness, all be sad. Arrogant and pitiless, grant the consequence, but still you'll try. You stumble and stubbornly justify. See the middle fingers fly, yeah. The loudest voices, but still the minority. You're a
contribute anything meaningful. Yelling orders in hopes they obey. Your elevated chair is starting to shake. We're standing strong, solidarity will survive the wake. Elegant and pitiless, quiet the consequence, but still you'll try. You stumble, then stubbornly justify. See the little fingers fly. Yeah, the loudest voices, but still a minority. Your authority has reached its limits. Arrogant and pitiless, laying the foundation for your fall. Disobedience is gain and steadfast resolve. Watch your authority decay and dissolve. Arrogant and pitiless. Arrogant and pitiless. I'm desperate to witness your authority dissolve. I'm desperate to witness your authority dissolve.
Okay, that's a very solid song. I'd say very early mid-90s punk. It starts off sounds very sort of punk anime music style, but it goes into a slightly heavier tone of more traditional punk as it goes along. That's about the limit of my musical analysis there. Yeah. Visually, it's quite cohesive. It changes styles here and there, but that's fine. It happens. An almost perfectly on model version of Gaming Syndicate with the ashen black skin I mentioned earlier. Because a lot of people think he's wearing a full gas mask. He's not. He's wearing a face gas mask. He just has ashen skin. There's a little bit of distortion, but it's happening at the ends of the hair and it works well for the video, so it's not much of an issue. The fact that I can pause it and it barely morphs. I mean, there's a little bit morphing on the mask there. It shows you how clean this gen is. Some fantastic movement on the camera there, playing into the morphing of the scene. And here we've got in the thing. Vesper. I could remember it was a V. I couldn't remember what it was. Yeah, Vesper Unfiltered. From the way they're not linked, I think the person copy and pasted this in rather than typing in. The ats don't work if you just type them in. You've got to. So if you just paste them in, you need to type them in. So people probably weren't informed they got the videos on them, which is a bit sad. But hopefully it makes it out to them. While I'm down here, like. But yeah, still very clean model, even though visually different from the background style. It's still a nice clean visual look, and it doesn't look too out of place. It's not quite at the Roger Rabbit sort of level of distortion of being out of place. But see here, where it's on a black background, it's much clearer, cleaner. Now, when it comes to editing, I think they've got the right shots. They might have them in the wrong order. They need to do some of the shots they're holding on. They're holding on at moments where they should be jumping around, and they're jumping around where the song should be holding on an image. Jump, 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 hold. That was what I'm saying. That's just my taste for going with the beat of the music, if possible. This is holding at the right point. Change, yep. And but a change there, not change. It moves a little bit too early. See, this should be a long hold, but they've got like a jumping scene. So I said that's my taste of it. But I do like this change from colour to black and white. Or the Psycho kind of gets left behind in that. Happens. Here they've gone with a bloom effect, or possibly just, yeah, it is a layered distortion, but it's gone a bit fuzzy for some reason. My one's a little bit cleaner distortion, where you can still see the red and thing, which this looks like a fuzz. Here he looks like I'd say a 1970s superhero. I'd say 1970s because of the hairstyle, because it's just really emphasised the hair on this one for some reason. But yeah, it's just playing into the whole getting more and more muscly in the videos. Look. Got Leaflet in a very nice rendition of the costume, and they've done a nice touch doing the red tips on the end of the blue hair. I miss that every now and again when I'm doing it, because getting that kind of detail when you're trying to describe a group shot, which is where most of the time I put people in, can get a little bit iffy, and it's okay doing blue hair for her. Got the red eyes. Yes, red eyes. See, here again, we've got a long shot where the music's going rapid. It's a really nice shot, but it should be a... You've got Hero High. In short shorts. One of the issues with doing like anime character appearance and just generating from it is anime makes people look younger, and so the AI views them as younger and makes them look younger. It's one of the issues with, like we were saying earlier, with doing images of Banana Juju. Add in the monkey effect to an anime looking model, and it can go very kiddie very quickly, or go very risque very quickly, depending on how you've got the original image positioned. Still, the most risque image I've ever generated was the transformation scene in Keen EN, where Lord Intellect, Keen, and Moomy Playing Games get gender bent. I had to go through so many generations of that to get it to be usable. There was a couple of generations where Keen refused to stay inside his coat. It's a very nice looking Ember model. I don't know quite where they got the shininess from, but it is a nice look. It might have been just a general description for the scene that applied to the model in some way, but it's a very nice look. Makes it very striking. And that's also a very nice scene image. Number of times I've tried telling the AI to like a grand glass window back scene. It's like, especially when I was doing like scenes with Griffin Knight, I tried doing like a throne room image. It just refused to do a grand glass backing, because I wanted to do like a light coming through it, creating a halo of light around the character, even though it's a demon character. So it's the differential in appearance. It just wouldn't do it. And that should be Smugglana in the fire form. That's a good edit. That's a good edit again, in terms of like how I would edit. But then I'd go to a rapid now. Neve, spelled Niam H. So an almost distortion there on the body movement. It's still like a broken spine effect, but it's one you can get away with. So the distortion effects really work to mix it all together, even though they looked like they were different art styles. But yeah, Arrogant and Pitiless by Wales Bane. Give them some love. And I think at this point I will give you a nice early viewing of the next song I'm releasing.
You work hard and build with skill, make some friends with time to kill, make the sacrifices, buy the right devices, then some jealous soul or an outright troll just plows on through like a wrecking crew. I hate that it's true.
Link didn't send.
From the blue.
There we go.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Yeah, cheers for that pearl of wisdom. Sometimes it's just the pain that lingers longer. I say spare the platitudes and the know-it-all stares. We got a round in the fridge and a couple of chairs. Your worst opponent is your self-indulgent sorrow, so pour another, we'll get through tomorrow. They bicker for clout to assume the worst. Read your every action like you are cursed. Cries of too quiet, too much talk. Probably mad while self-inserting in the situation. Looking oh so sad, they build their straw man castles on quicksand lies. Then act surprised when the whole thing slides. But you've got your crew, no need to explain. We see through the noise, we ignore the rain. It's almost funny how they miss the point. Thinking one cheap shot means you're leaving the joint. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, or just leaves you swearing at the wall. Sometimes the hurt hangs round a little longer. The strength turns up when the empires fall. We'll tank their assumptions, hand them on the timeline, next to their trophies for misunderstanding hindline. Your worst opponent's a self-indulgent sorrow, so raise a glass, we've still got out tomorrows. Oh, look, another expert with an opinion to sell. Another keyboard warrior ringing the bell. They think they know you from a headline or two, but we've got the receipts. And we've got you! No grand speeches, no grand last stand, just a stand at our back and a helping hand. That's a real magic of the quiet kind, the sort that truly steadies your mind. We all have days where we see little hope, cold and lonely, feel like a dope. There are times where we see everything escalate. No matter how hard you work, it comes in late. Take a moment to breathe, don't let the anger seed. Share a meme, crack a joke, laugh so hard you nearly choke. There's so many vids and clips that the internet ships. You could never watch it all, so know we're with you through it all.
See you, counter.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Alright, maybe it's half true after all. The pain might linger, but it won't last longer than the nights we catch you before you fall. We'll mock the records till our sides split wide. Turn the thunder into something to deride. Your worst opponents are self-indulgent sorrows, but with a slot here, you've won your tomorrows.
Yeah, so that's the upcoming song. Actually, when's that due released? Wrong one. Oh well, I'll have to check in a minute. That is due. Still almost a week until that one drops. Oof. I think I may have put that one a little bit too far out. I may adjust that. All right. Let's bring everything back up. Yeah, but it was a pizza party. If I quickly go back to that video,
You work.
I can point out how I've make the same errors and issues that I was pointing out earlier. Here, Natsuki's arm has morphed through her body into animation. Keen's bandana has turned into his hair. My staff has come apart in my hands, but the focus of the image is here in the middle. So you can get away with issues here. It depends where the image is drawn. And I know the editing's not particularly fantastic, but I just wanted the scenes more than the edit on this one.
Prize when the whole thing slides, but you've got your crew, no need to explain. We see through the noise, we ignore the rain. It's almost funny how they miss the...
See, now that scene started at the right point, but that last scene ended at the wrong point. There should have been something in between. I was happy to get the image in the first place. The still image that it starts with.
Rose.
I suppose it got covered by the edit of the camera shutter. But the starting image was clean enough on almost all aspects. You had her arm, the animations where it kind of fell apart. I think I cut it as short as it was to fit the tempo of the ending sequence and get the parts in that I wanted. But I mean, there's issues throughout. I mean, like he doesn't have his second set of horns, for example. Managed to get the star effect relatively good enough. I tried unifying this entire video by having the painterly sort of oil painting effect on the models so that it sort of worked together, and it worked for the most part. I mean, Kaya's got it here, but Doge doesn't really. Yeah, Joshi. Now this looks almost like a full oil painting. This is one of those scenes where I had to edit it to make it make sense. The original clip of this, see the energy builds up, and he shoots. Now you see a cut there to him fired. What actually happens in the original clip is the bullet comes out and then goes backwards and zooms past everyone and goes that way. Because that's the issue of the monsters running past you rather than running at you, no matter how you try and say fighting off horde of monsters that are attacking you. You know, it's like you attacking character specifically. They just run past them instead. But yeah. Alright. Here, we've got another new one that I haven't actually listened to or know much about. This one I found through a Wild Iraqi. Somehow him tagging it brought it up for my attention. I don't know why. This is called The Meme Team by Sir Squintify. It's a Skybrow tribute. So let's give it our first listen through.
Chat scrolls like the end credits. Have the sleep on my models lit. Ping the squad, you all up right now. Suddenly 12 pings in my DMs. Big soul coffee, blue light halo. All of us grinding for the tiny payload. But we spam let's go like it's E3. Turn the scuffed into DLC. We got Skybows leading the raid. First in the lobby, last one.
Ow. No.
We spam, we stay. Reload the love, we're pressing play. drop that mask when it's just our crew. Am I cringe you ass? Yeah, but you're free. Post that clip, let the cringe just be. Like heroes in a crossover arc. We link up when the feed goes dark. Screens apart, but side by side. Same raid call, same battle cry. We got Scott Brows leading the raid. First in the lobby, last one to fade. If one of us falls, we spawn, we stay. Reload the love, we're pressing play. From tiny streams to the front page dreams. We're the glitz that broke the seams. When the net gets loud and the hate tracks down, Sky Brows lifts the whole crowd. GG as the lights blink out. See you next stream, that's what we're about. From one small voice to 1,000 shouts, Skybrow shows us what power's about.
Holy fuck, this is God tier.
Yeah. Now, there's a quality issue here, but I think I know what's happened here. I think they've been generating the images, and for the most part, the images are being generated tall and thin. And so they're cropping it down to a widescreen image, which of course zooms it very far in, rather. And that leads to this image degradation. They seem to come across a solution and actually get the video sorted out about here, which becomes much clearer, cleaner, so it doesn't look like it's cropped as much. It might just be a better generation on the same thing, but... Ah, nice. So this is much crisper and cleaner. I'd say this one is definitely in its correct format, as in like what it was generated as. In fact, it's probably not quite as widescreen because you can see the black bar about here. Can you on the screen? You can on the screen, yeah. So it's probably not actually... it's either not set right or it's not quite as wide as widescreen should be. Does Shiro Chikage have a mascot character? Because I have no idea what the hell this thing is. Another Griffin Knight with feathered wings. And his coat turns into feathered wings, you know, artifacting, that's what it is. X-Ross versus Dot Pocket. So I guess you just go back to the Dawn Halo, had Wild Araki a moment ago as well. Psychro, I mean, let's just describe the characters. I'm not going to talk about the editing. It's edited together nicely, but the video quality is obviously the issue where they had some issues getting it generated in the first place in the right ratio. I mean, Wild Araki says he has issues getting his images generated to the right ratio. I tried sending him a message about how to make them come out the right one from Grok, but I don't know if it's worked or not. This is a bit more egregious on that front. And this, if I've got any advice, it's this: do not use the automatic sound generation for the scene under almost any circumstance. If you wanted like electrical sounds, find a free-to-use source lightning sound and splice it into the video as an audio track. In addition, the Grok and all the other AIs put so much unneeded noise. It really distracts from the rest of it. Other than that, the Skybrows himself is actually very well done. It's even like I've got a kind of a creamy Manjaro throne chair. Seal Army. Yeah, again, I can't remember the guy's name. I think somebody linked it earlier. It wasn't Brian, was it? It's probably far back now. I reacted to one of his videos the other day, and he was in a video earlier. I cannot remember his name now, but that's Del Demon. Usually he's got gauntlets on. I think he's meant to be like a tinkerer demon, so he like uses various technology bits from the videos I've seen him in. He's normally got like a not Norwegian. What was it? It was Danish flag. Yeah. That's meant about the achievements from gaming popping up. I think this is Torst. At first, when it came up, I thought it was reading Mango about the mask, but there's no scar, and it's not tanned enough to be Naileth. Kino, yeah, that's the wolf guy. Now, this is one of the worst to suffer from the editing. You've got the ice cream Manjaro at the top. Amelia's barely showing. You can only just kind of figure out that it's the swirl and then surfing. Because I tried putting Manjaro in and the Amelia surfing, kind of lost both. If he was trying to get it in with the video, I'd have picked one or the other to focus on, most likely the Amelia, and have the just an artifact of the cream in the top. This one's not too bad in terms of it, but it just feels a little bit too close in on the image. And of course, usual Nux issues of skin tone. Now this is very clean. So this problem might have been where you figured it out and it's been put in a bit earlier. As Ben drops his phone, creates a crack in the floor. And then it goes back to that ratio issue. Now this could be a big swarm of angry duck. There's no cigar, so... DJ Nathaniel, who kind of makes his images and videos in any ratio he wants and then just puts them in at that ratio. So if you have like a long thin one, it'll be sitting here in the middle of the screen, then it'll cut to a wide shot, then to a thin shot. It's his style, you can do it, but for me that really gets on my just make it all consistent. I mean, you can do like small differences in ratio if something just didn't want to go to that wide shot you wanted, but oh. It triggers my particular autism. Oh, Kinney makes the Kino, yeah. Kinematography. And they've got like the usual AI tracking issue. It goes through his head rather than moving properly. As I said, this is where it really sort of picks up in quality. I think you managed to get the ratio through. So back to where we were. Boopy and Naski. Boopaya, Naski. This is just a perfect scene for Feeble Mind. The "It's fine" image of someone drinking tea in the burning house. No real comments on this. It's almost perfectly done. Got the usual AI artifacting where we're looking at the front of the phone when he's meant to be looking at it, but you know, maybe Gen 1 or 2 more times it does it right, or tell it to face or something, but you know, it is what it is. It gives the person looking at it something to look at other than just a grey block, which you would get if you're looking at the back of the phone. So I let that slide. No demarcations for that. Here we go back to that issue where it looks very much like they've cut from a tall and wide, maybe not quite as much as previously. And then we have the AI refusing to fight, they just run past you. thing. That's down in the AI. You have to really specifically call out fighting to get it to work. Even one of Skybrow's videos, you can see it actually. In which one was it? It might even be Elon's Musk. There's a scene where you've got two figures running towards each other. If you actually look at it in slow motion, the distant figure is running in the wrong direction at first before turning around and then turning back towards the character to delay the meeting. The AI just doesn't like combat. This is one of the best on-boat round shots I've seen, to be fair. It's a lot slower than a lot of people try and do them. Even my one was a very rapid one when I tried doing it. It's not in any video, but I did try doing a scene of Keen and then spinning around him. The boat is remaining intact. Most of the time when you do this, the boat turns into a bathtub. As in, like, it loses all boat shape and it's just a round wooden thing that just surrounds him like a little cage. Zayla, Zazaria, Vesper, and yes. I think it is. I think it was a rendering error, but it was a close enough rendering error that it fit the scene that it stayed in. And that's the thing, is you can't nitpick it as much as I am all the time. Otherwise, you'll never release anything. You'll be there going, "Oh my god, why didn't that work?" And then go back. Oh, Alibot. Oh, of course, the knee. I couldn't see any joints on the arm, so yeah. To be fair, I put her into a video of mine as well, coming up, and it kept rendering her with normal limbs. I had to very specifically put in double joint effects on the limbs in every description of the scene that she's in to get it to work. Amber and Lord Intellect, nice scene. Yet again, this one looks like it's been cut down, but it's not quite as bad as some of the earlier ones in terms of the quality loss. This might just be a zoom in rather than a full long to wide change. Asmongold in cockroach armor. Fair. Getting Grok to do cockroaches, I'm assuming this was done in Grok, is actually quite hard. As I said before, getting non-humanoid monsters. Do you have cat ears? Oh, or was it Anibot with cat? Anibot with cat ears. Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry, stream delay caught me out there. Getting like non-humanoid things can sometimes be a struggle. Although specifically saying cockroaches or even giant cockroaches probably helped a lot with that. It may even help design the armor to look more cockroachy in that scene. Nihilith surrounded by food. But it's imaginary food. See, now this is a fantastic Skybrow's image. Need to up the opacity of the lenses and add the colouring, but still fantastic. Colouring you could do now. You could quite easily go back into the video and do the distortion. But even then, as it is, it's clean and it's an amazing little shot. And you got the old Skybrow cinematic universe thing. I got one of the new ones, which is what I added onto the end of this video. But I didn't like the DJ Nathaniel left the audio on it from the generator, so I muted it and put my own little audio track over the top. It's one of the new ones. There's a couple of them he put out, but I like that one. that one. That's that one. Okay. I am at the 3-hour mark. I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break, and I'll come back with a few more reactions, and I'll do one more preview of a song coming out that's not coming out for a while. I'm going to be going back in and editing it, so you're going to see an early version of the video. There's a couple of extra scenes I want to put into it. Okay, so I'm back in a couple of minutes. This time I'll leave you on my Be Right Back screen. All right, I'm back. All right. Here we've got a nice song called Secondhand Nostalgia by Occultus Noticia, who I saw in chat earlier. I don't know if he's still around. But it's Secondhand Nostalgia, which I believe from the image is probably about experience nostalgia for things you loved as a kid through your own kids. Let's give this a listen to.
When you get that nostalgia, you won't know when it will call you. It just will hit you in the moment with an invisible component, filling in you with mystery, longing for what used to be. A smell memory can't erase, takes you to that familiar place, like you were just there without a care in the world, free with no responsibilities, like the summer air, another state fair in the world, free with no responsibilities. Secondhand nostalgia, the person you once were is gone, living in a world that's way beyond that simple childhood color, feeling like it's now just duller, coming in and out of memories, feeling how it once was to be, way more simple, easy than hanging with your childhood friends, like you were just there without a care in the world, free with no responsibilities, like the summer air, another state fair in the world, free with no responsibilities. Secondhand nostalgia, secondhand nostalgia.
Okay, and there we had Secondhand Nostalgia by Occultus Noticia. Very nice chill beat. Don't want to say quite soul, but it's very close to that. It's got like the what's that song called in Guardians of the Galaxy? It feels like it should go in Guardians of the Galaxy for one of the slower motion scenes because of the style of the music. I cannot remember what it was, particularly what it made me think of. Anyway, so here we've got Occultus with, I assume, the child representing their own child, and like passing down of the boy, which distorts a little bit. I think this one might have been meant to go the other way and went a bit weird. But you know, AI is AI. This one's much clearer and nicer, handing over the Woody style doll. Woody-esque. It's not exactly Woody. We don't want to get anyone involved in any trouble. I do love how the mask more morphs into like the Jason mask, the hockey mask. Is it Jason the hockey mask? My horror knowledge is terrible. I'm not saying you're old. I mean, you're almost definitely younger than I am. I just meant it's like the idea of seeing your nostalgia through the eyes of someone younger. I've heard many people saying about how they can't trust modern media with their kids. And so they've introduced them to things they loved as a kid. And they're getting this kind of feel. As they bring it to their kids and they see their kids enjoying it, they remember their own childhood, what they loved about it. That's why I took this means like the moment of the spark. Lego. And what's more, this is much better Lego animation than the one that came out basically decrying Trump and saying that Iran was winning the war. Have you seen that one on X? It's hilarious. Halfway it turns into Duplo. Yeah, I know. It's quite literally part of the story. It's like, I don't want to get into that stuff right here now. We're here about the music that you're doing, but people think that what we're going through at the moment is what the older generation went through with us, where they turned around to our stuff and said, "Oh, but your stuff's terrible. Our stuff was better." But I can look at the stuff my parents watched, and I can see it was good. And my parents can see the stuff that I grew up and see that's quite good. They see what's coming out now, and they have no idea what's going on with it. I'm looking at it, and I don't know what's going on with it. There's a truth to it. But yeah, the your Lego is much better than the official state media output Lego video animation done by the Iran or whatever it was, or someone in favor of Iran, whatever it was. Turned into Duplo halfway through. It's weird.
Oh yeah, it just will hit you in the moment with an invisible component.
Could be various building kits as well as Lego. Oh yeah, cars changing direction. That's another issue that Grok has. You say that there were a few things I can remember, but they were very few and far between, and they definitely weren't aimed at the youngest of kids. They were more too early a teen age is where they were aimed. But yeah, it just got younger and younger as time's gone on that they've aimed this stuff at. Yeah, cars changing direction. I tried doing an animation where a car reversed out of a driveway, and it wouldn't. The AI just couldn't understand the car reversing. It would drive forward towards you and then spin on the spot and then drive off. Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball, depending on, with Gundam AI. So this is anime in general, older anime. The anime that I first got introduced to, I had seen anime things before, but the first thing that really caught me and I realized was anime, and I had to do something separate from animation. A friend of mine showed me Escaflowne. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Yeah, I kind of cheaped out on my one in the end. I did it driving forwards and then reversed the image, but getting it to turn. Thing is, I did a scene where cars were just driving and they went round corners fine. You try and tell it to draw a car going around a corner and it will struggle.
You were just there without a care in the world, free with no
This portal opens.
restrictions, like the summer air.
Bill Nye.
In the world,
I won't say any more on that. You've got to be careful about doing reversing though. You've got to make sure the scene is very tightly controlled. Like there's a scene I generated I quite liked, and I wanted to do a scene leading up to it. So I took that scene and did a reverse going away, but the scene's got cherry blossoms in it. So I ended up with cherry blossoms flying upwards. So I had to tell the AI to animate the scene in the backwards direction as it pulls away from the scene, that the cherry blossoms are going sideways. I had to very specifically tell it the cherry blossoms were heading a certain direction, so that when I played it the right direction, they don't look quite as janky. They still look jank. It's not worked perfectly, but yeah, you've got to be careful about using it. But it can be a really effective way of getting around some of these issues.
secondhand style.
Grim Adventures of Bill and Mandy. I mean, you two tend to find Grimm's a little bit jank, but yeah, it is what it is. It just does not like scythes and swords and anything that curves. Courage the Cowardly Dog.
The person you once were is
Fairly Odd Parents. I couldn't remember the name for a second there. It was like Fairy something. Halo. This could be any number of pixel games, but I'm assuming this is the farming one. Well, it doesn't matter. It's really cute, and it really does. I won't say what film it is because same reason as the Not Quite Woody. But yeah, this is really nicely done, and you really do manage to get the feel of the scenes, if you know what I mean. Yes, see, Runya, that's the thing. It could be any one of those. It had the feel of the farming games. I'd say probably Harvest Moon more than Stardew Valley because Harvest Moon's older. So yeah, we had Toy Story again, and then of course we got Godzilla, but it could be the kiddie Godzilla one. But it might just be the kiddifying of it that's occurred in the art style. Gojira. Teen Titans. In fact, I'd say it's the original Teen Titans, not the newer one. Which, it gets a lot of hate, the newer one. But I think most of the hate is because it's not Teen Titans, the one we grew up with. And it's a little too zany, and I don't like CalArts as much. Even though, technically, the other Teen Titans did end up going CalArts direction. It wasn't quite there, but it was very much in that vein it was heading. SpongeBob, which was after my time. Fairground rides in general. Never understood roller coasters. They never scared me, which is kind of weird because I've actually got a fear of heights. But roller coasters never bothered me. CalArt style can work, but it's just got so overused. I suppose it could have been. It's because the Pokemon art that I think you were going for doesn't work at that scale. I think that's probably why it didn't render very well. But it looks very much like Harvest Moon farming sort of game, which is, it's from the same era. It's like a DS game. But I think there's pre-DS games. Not a Game Boy one, but there was definitely a DS one. Might have been a Game Boy one in the Japan market, but not in the UK market. It might be one in the US market. I don't know. But yeah, it's a very nice song. Very sweet song. Gonna give that a like. Give it a share. Give this guy love. Bloody hell, 4.2. I always feel like I sound so arrogant when I do this stuff. I want people to improve wherever I can help. Now this one I've seen already, and it's beautiful. Beautiful piece of art here, this one. This is Cleopatra by Julie Lacroix. I'm going to subscribe and like. And I'm going to share from the beginning. I don't know if they've had any prior experience with AI art, but this is really, really well done. A few issues here and there that I saw, but I'll go over that afterwards. Here we go, Cleopatra art.
bastion of purity. The art world has forgotten. The tides have changed, the dams have burst. It's time for a return to earth. Unleash your sacred power.
Sorry.
Flood the system
It's louder for me than for you.
with rebirth. We waited for you in this age of debasement, tortured our patience with art so complacent, with no foundation, mocking our appreciation, considered abominations, masquerading as creations. But now the tide has changed, the dam has burst. It's time for our return to earth. Unleash your sacred power. Flood the system with everything can make art. All of it can make art. Everyone can make art. All of it can make art. Everything can make art. All of it can make art. Everyone can make art, all of it can make art. Bring back beauty to the world.
Okay. So now it starts off with what I refer to as the kind of manhwa anime style, where it's the more Korean art style for the drawings. We just see a lot in manhwas rather than manga or anime. Well, Korean anime, not. You know what I'm getting at. And that's a good distinction as it goes along. Now, that was nicely done. We actually you could hear it a little bit in the breath. Actually, if I you can hear a little bit of the rumble from the AI generation, but it's not too bad. I think the sound is added in separately, and so it's been able to isolate the sound very cleanly. The character puts their music in, enters the museum. Lara Croft. Mizuki.
Cleopatra.
And here's where it switches over to the painterly oil brush stroke style, which I think makes a good separation between the imagined historical art style compared to the real world. Music is pretty.
The art world has forgotten. The tide The dams have burst. It's time for a return.
And even the editing is on point. It's a slower song, so it doesn't need to be as choppy as I tend to like the visual changes. So it works well. And we've got Skybrows. Representation of give you inspiration to do this. G, and I can tell you getting the horn right is hard. It's easier when you got him on his own, not in a group shot, but getting the horns right can be hard. I saw who it was in somebody else's stream. Is there a list? No, there isn't. Are they there? Can I spot you? No. Can't spot them. Oh well. It was Phantom something. Reaper Jr. Yes, I saw the Quangos. I don't know if this is meant to be Kivox or somebody else. It's an army. Angry Duck. Eustace. He's such a useful character to use around in these stuff because you can use him as cat or as humanoid cat, and he just brings such humour to even the darkest of scenes, like chatting away his laughter. It's all beautifully generated, very clean, very stylized. There are some people who go for the very realistic look, and it can do realistic relatively well, but I do find that you've got to make sure if you want it to look truly good, you need to go away from realistic to artistic. Otherwise, because the human brain is designed to detect patterns, and AI isn't quite there yet with real world. That's what I thought as well for being Kivox, not being Kivox, but I can't think of who it could be otherwise. There might be somebody else. As I said, I didn't even know Reaper until I saw this video on somebody else's channel, and Reaper introduced themselves. But yeah, the human brain is designed to detect patterns. It's part of our survival evolution. Looking at a bunch of tree leaves and seeing that there's something wrong with the pattern of the leaves. It's how the brain works. We know what is friend, what is foe, what should be, what shouldn't be. But we also, that same pattern is what lets us see art the way it is. The reason why we're not just seeing a blur of colours, we see this as a face with hair. We see a sad, melancholy expression. It's a little bit bright. There's something possibly brighter in the future. It's down to our pattern recognition skills as a species. So even other chimps seem to have it, and elephants have been shown to have it. Oddly enough, dogs not so much. At least some breeds of dogs haven't seem to not have the ability to discern pictures the way we do. I know they don't have the colour spectrum that we do for the most part, but even grayscale art, they don't recognise it as easily as humans and chimps do.
We waited for you in this age of debasement, tortured our patience with art so complacent, with no
Beat,
foundation, mocking
beat,
our appreciation,
beat,
concealed
beat, beat,
abominations, masquerading
beat,
as
beat.
creation.
So fantastically edited.
But now the tide has changed, the dam has burst. It's time for our
So yeah, Leaflet, Banana Juju, samurai version of Gaming Syndicate, Celestium, Kershaw, no cherries. There's got to be something I can pick out. Oh yeah, Mavlock was at the painting before. Yeah, this is just so pretty. You just get dragged along with it. I have no idea who this is. And you've got the black hole, but it's meant to be like the event horizon of the AI. It's like we're reaching that point where it's just going to accelerate. Event horizon. Shadowy guy is supposed to be someone, I think, but I don't know. And then we have got Pasta, whose icon is the flying spaghetti monster. When I was growing up, I had a friend who was a passionate Pastafarian. Yeah, he had the grok symbol on the blouse, but I don't know if that's just what his avatar has, or if he's meant to represent grok in some way. But grok is normally represented with like the flaming hair character, like a white energy. I was hoping that there would be a description down there for who this is, because it's the only character I couldn't really identify other than the earlier ones. It's like the one that's got a lot of focus on them that I don't recognise, but the others kind of passing. Counterintelligence, counter-intellect. It's counter-intellect, isn't it? Yeah, brain. Dot pocket. Roboticus Prime, and you can still see the painterly effect going on even on the actual robot parts. Very nicely maintained. This is Keyvox. Is this a variant on Bupela? A rather Incan looking version of the Cleopatra. I don't know quite what's going on there, other than the fact it's like tears and even like a tear of blood down there. I'm pretty sure no idea. Yeah, you're right, Bupela does have white hair. It's just the purple tones to the clothing. I thought it might be like a Vocaloid singing avatar that they use, maybe. Could just be a Vocaloid. Yeah. I'm annoyed that these subtitles don't work for that part, because I really did want to have it really clear, because it sounds like everyone can make art. And that's true, everyone can. Anyone can make art. Return to the world, but it's like a brighter view of it. Now, in the earlier part, when it sort of does the breakthrough, it focuses very much on like Paris and the beautiful buildings there, because that's another aspect of the whole art failing in the world, is architecture. There are some beautiful buildings in London, and they're being torn down one by one to be replaced by grey blocks. And what's more is the buildings that have been torn down have lasted like 100, 200 years, and the buildings that replace them, they're designed to not last more than 50. They're just cheap to build. It's just a loss of art and aesthetics in the world. This is a very well edited, very what's the word? Audited AI generation. There's very few issues I can see that aren't played to effect. I mean, these are all references to real art pieces, like the fucking butt plug. Goddamn butt plug. Even the church is going. Even the churches are going. They're being bought up and sold off one by one, and then after a couple of years get taken down due to maintenance costs being too hard to maintain and so on. Mavlock. I just love the swirling paint effect for the event horizon. See, that one there is one of those issues saying it's like it's been slowed down and it creates a stutter, but it works for the moment. It's where the errors can be used to your advantage, because this is much smoother. Yeah. Problem is that real estate is valuable. Churches are expensive to maintain, and so the diocese decide to centralize to certain locations and sell off the expensive to maintain buildings. I'm going to share this again. 37 subscribers is absolutely horrendous. Let's up those numbers. All right. Next, we have a entry by Counterintelligent. If I had the money to buy them, maybe. Yeah, Counterintelligent. Losing pixels. Let's make sure I've got the sound up this time. I will let you know that the sound on my end is higher than it is for you. I have to turn down the system sound in my OBS so that my mic sound sounds loud enough for you to hear. Yeah, it's weirdly common for churches to burn down at the moment, but that's as far as I'll go on that. All right, subtitles are on, volume's up. Losing Pixels by Counterintelligent.
Grudge at dawn, swarm the night, shadows burning bright. Hundreds fly, the skies deny. Patriot walls, watch them die. Volume high, impact low. Fragments fall, that's all you throw.
Intercepted, faded, gone, no hit, no scar, logged out. Skies losing pixels. Losing pixels.
One by one they glitch and fade.
Glitching pixels.
Your volleys crashing, parades delayed. Your
tear around skies. Air control lost, B2 whispers pay the cost. Gulf shields up, downs the swarm. Missile arrows leave them torn. Hypersonic dreams, trucks go boom. No reload, running out of room. Debris rain, no victory claim. Just static noise in the flame.
Screens flicker, signals break. Raging offline, no remake. Pixels scattered across the blue. Your empire's crashing. We're through with you.
Hey! Down crumbles, command erase. B2 goes to final phase. Coming, they gone, stress us too. Vacuum screams, who's next in queue? Missiles swarm the Gulf tonight. Headlights up, eats them right. Launchers hunted, trucks in flames. Pixels pop, end of the game. Skies losing pixels tonight.
Okay, Losing Pixels by Counterintelligent. This one, the song's not so good for me, but I think it's more. This is more about the visual message rather than the actual song. Song's okay. There's nothing particularly wrong with it. It's just not really me, I think. But seeing this made me realise something about my lack of geography knowledge and the Skybrowse video. There was the futuristic scene in the last Skybrowse video where you see like the futuristic city, and I knew it was meant to be Iran rebuilt as a cleaner city. I just didn't realise that this building here was actually something in Iran. I just hadn't seen it. I don't know why. It's such a striking building. I should have seen it amongst all the other striking buildings I have knowledge of in history. But I guess it's just one that just escaped my knowledge. I didn't know it was actually a real place. I thought it was just a stylized building for the Skybrowse futuristic building look. Yeah. So you learn everything every day. Learn new every day. Ah. It's a very clean CG art. Counterintelligent had tended to do a bit more scratchy art before, so I think this is very purposefully clean. And he does a pulse. This is like on the moments there, like the launch, and then the second scene, it changes on the word.
Hundreds fly, the skies deny. Patriot wars, watch them die.
That's okay. I would have gone a little bit earlier myself, but that's a solid cut. That's a good cut. Good cut. Change. 3, 2, 1. Starts pulsing with the music, but softly, so it doesn't irritate. Yeah. Eustace here. I don't know if he's just charging, but that could be a rather suspicious gesture by certain people. You could just be memeing on it. And then of course the Ayatollahs. So everyone was like crying about how Iran had these great drones, and the drones had not had much success. Now this is the only part where I only saw a real issue with animation. And this is one where you probably should have done it in a slower motion and then sped it up. You see that various points spinning around. You could get away with it if it was like a crowd scene, but because she's the focus, it just kind of stands out, especially considering how clean the rest of it is. It's the only real animation issue I've seen in the entire video.
Eyes losing pixels.
The rest of it's clean.
Offline.
I mean, you get a few clips, but this is one that I regularly get where the hair sticks through helmets, but that doesn't look like doesn't look like it's wrong there. It looks like it's meant to come out like that. Hassan and his comment about building drones to cause terror attacks. Don't know how he stayed on the platform after. Unsubscribe podcast. Don P. Bongwater as his frog character. Frog soldier. I can never remember this guy's name. There's lots of commentary on all sorts of different channels. The woman who lit a cigarette on the picture of the Ayatollah. Bombing out the command of the Iranian soldiers. Raise a fist, yes. Another version of the scene. Hassan as the people making all those AI videos of Iran's great victories. But then crying because he knows it's not real. I can never remember the name of the channel, but it doesn't quite do it like this. He kind of has normal pictures and then has a human face and eyes on it. How could I forget the most famous person? God grief, my brain. I should probably see a doctor about that, but it's always been this way. It's not like I'm getting old for it. Asmongold. Yeah, yeah. Crossing Lines. Yes, thank you for the guy who does the faces on the thing, on the planes, trains, and tanks, boats. I don't know who this is supposed to be. Then we've got Swolge, the Swoldoge. So now here he's stylized this plane with his own art tells, his character model tells, so you know it's his plane, so it's his character. I assume he's done the same here as well, but I don't know who he's referencing. And I think this is a reference to Trump. It's hard to tell. He's got the glowing eyes that Trump's often given and the hair, but it could be a reference to the AI Trump version in Mr. Joshi uses. But you've got to be small enough to fit in the cockpit. That's why that swole doge isn't quite a swole. Alright. I think it's time I give you another preview. This one's a slightly sillier video that I'm releasing in a couple of weeks. It's so similar to the Occultist Notitia one, where it's a bit of a nostalgia trip. It's done in the style and heavily references something. I'm pretty sure some of you will get it, some of you won't. It depends on how young you are. Oh, before that, I didn't link. All right. Here's an upcoming song, and the title is in the video. So.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? All those nights when you've got hard fights, you feel destined to fail, and you waste away with none to tell the tale. And your creative juice is refusing to flow. Sometimes you want to go when nobody knows your name, but they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all as lame. You wanna be when nobody knows your name. Roll out of bed the day you dread, the morning's a sour sight, and your channel grows sublime. The internet is all the world as another criminal claims to be a girl. Sometimes you want to go where nobody knows your name, but they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all as lame. You wanna be where nobody knows your name. Work to be fed, your soul feels bled. Keeping a smile feels a fight. Every comment a burning slight. Notifications are on the swirl. X feed sad enough to make you hurt. Be glad there's one place in the world where nobody knows your name, but they're always glad you came. You wanna go where people know people are all as lame. You wanna go where nobody knows your name, when nobody knows your name, but they're always glad you came. When nobody knows your name, but they're always glad you came. When nobody knows your name, but they're always glad you came.
Yeah. Those of you who don't recognise it, it's based on the Cheers sitcom intro. There's a couple of scenes near the end where I've used repeated images from earlier on that I want to replace with fresh images, you might say. But I'm happy with the general feel of it. I like it being like the faded pictures of times past. And I've tried my hardest, even when taking people off model, that you recognise who they are. Now, the thing I'm sad about is when I generated his model for this to create the scene, he actually had a top hat with a pirate style brim that kept him turning back into a normal tricorn. I couldn't get it to stay. It's a sad loss to the process. It was a funny looking hat. It was really, really fun. So anyone with any technology, I just threw in the keyword steampunk to get the adjustments I wanted. I'm particularly fond of the scenes with Roboticus in it because I didn't know he had the drone form as an option. Everything I'd seen of him was huge, so I had him cramped into the place. And for Gleeman, he kept on coming out looking like a turtle with the face shape, and like either that, or if you've seen Don P. Bongwater's Nuxanor videos, that's what I'm saying. It's based on that. It's the same style, but I didn't want it to be that song exactly because there's so many different copyrights involved in it. Even if you try doing a good, honest, together parody, they'll still ding you for it. I also went from a 50s style car back to the 1900s. 1800s, sorry, brain.
Making your way in the world.
I'm particularly proud of this one. Can you tell who this is? I know he's a slime, but he kept on making to give him a face shape. If I said slime, he just looked gooey. So I tried turtle-like appearances, and then I had to remove the scale look it gave him to make it rounded enough to fit. Took a couple of tries to get that right. Yeah. So even if they're taking off, I mean, he's the easiest one. He stays pretty close on. Eustace was fun. I had a couple of generations. I ran him by Eustace himself before I picked this one to go with. This version had a brim on the hat, but the ears clipped through it, so I turned it into just a cap without the brim. Considering how still everything is, and it's more editing animation for it, this took so much time to generate. You don't want to stay too long on a still image, so you need a lot more of them to take up the time. I don't know why, but it kept on making Propeller look like a little kid child. So just stuck with it. It's just funny. Where's that? So someone said, "Little man grown up." No, but that is Mr. Joshi. That is Silas. That's counter intellect. It's faded down from the effecting I did on it, but he did have a brighter blue edging on the collars and so on for his clothing. Yeah, no, they got the human ears. They're not supposed to. Keeping them off is difficult, but this was such a nice composition. I had to keep it. I tried removing human ears, but then he ended up with him ending up with animal ears. This was just like the best overall compromise. And here we have X Cross, no, X Cross, X Count. Managed to get the bat ears in, and even managed to give him a gun. Nyla's looking very childish. That's because of the sweets description I put. Yeah. Still got a little bit of work to do on this one, but I've got a version of it uploaded that I put to see how it flows for actual play rather than just being on my system. I've got one more reaction. And this is We Live in Clown World by Naileth. Oh, I thought I already was subscribed. That's odd. Yeah, check your subscriptions. I've been seeing some that I thought I was subscribed to that just vanish. Right, so We Live in Clown World by Naileth.
Mic check 1 2. Welcome to the circus, folks. We live in clown world, big top never closes. Red nose politician, true getting doses. Other channel quick, same script, same poses. Fear and loop vision getting overdose. Masked on faces, mask on souls, it's viral. Cancel culture clowns got the crowd in spirals. Pronouns and bio, all the borders wide open. But mention inflation, they call you a token. We're scrolling through feeds, dopamine to a drip. TikTok dances while the Titanic flips. Billionaires blast off, leave us in the pit. But the algorithm says smile, take another hit. We live in clown world. TV man says it's okay. Because the dough is now 50K. Stocks popping champagne while the world decays. Red lights growing, but the rich yell, hooray! Clown world, those who approve. TV man says don't trip, stay calm. Portfolio green, so sing them song. We live in clown world. Talking heads smiling with veneer so white. Everything's fine, consumer confidence high, but 40% groceries triple price. But CNBC got the green screen looking nice. They put the narrative soft landing, baby. While grandma eating cat food, call it maybe. Crypto crash, NFTs in the grave, but Wall Street whale still riding the wave. Gender reveals turn into gender wars. Kids on blockers, parents keeping score. Schools teaching theory while test scores plummet. Common sense ban logic ain't permitted. We live in clown world. Big top energy. TV man says it's okay. Because the dough is now 50K. Billionaire tears now. They laugh all day. Middle class drinking blood for the word tastes okay. Clown world. Ringmasters call. TV man says relax, enjoy the show. Numbers go up, so let the good times flow. We live in clown world. Yeah. Got hit 50K back in February. Pop champagne on CNBC. Now it's dropping like my faith in this system. But the circus keeps spinning. Clowns keep grinning. Who's laughing now? So raise your red cup to the upside down flag. Where truth isn't found, any lies get a brag. We live in clown world, the mission is free, but the exit feed is sanity. TV man winking, trust the plan stays in while they rob your future with a grin. Down might crash tomorrow, hit 100K high, but in clown world, we just laugh and cry. Epstein 5 slug, 3 million pages deep, DOJ double 26, but the sickest they keep red, that just blacked out. Powerful names stay clean, because info leak, DUJ call a routine. They say transparency, but it's the core show, missing chunks on the big dogs, cover up status quo. Trump mentions thousands, clicking flights in the lobe, and a real arrest just belongs in the fog. Government don't care about the island's dark list. They drop the docs, pat backs, then clench a fist, new and scream, press a kid, all say cover up strong, but suits of DC laugh, business as all along. Epstein's gone, Maxwell locked, but the clients walk free in clown world justice. Just a meme for TV. We live in clown world. Dials drop, nothing changes. Because the dial is now 50K. Epstein files buried in red tape decay. Government don't care, let the predators play. Clown world, no justice, just laughs. TV man says relax, scroll past the pain. Numbers go up, so who needs the change? We live in clown world.
Okay. Clown World by Naileth. Very similar music style, although a bit heavier than the food one. Not just in tone, but also in message. The art style is very striking, and the CGI is much cleaner. Now, this, of course, is a reference to the meme of the man. He's like 4-panel down, so it's like this thing, a little bit of makeup, clown nose, all that sort of stuff.
Welcome to the circus, folks.
We live in clown world, big top never closes. Red nose politician, true getting doses.
very like striking visually, and he's managed to get the beat pulsing that I said he was a little bit off on previously. It's a lot better this time.
Quick, same script, same poses. Fear and loop of vision getting overdosed. Masked on faces, masked on souls, it's viral. Cancel culture clowns got the crowd in spirals. Pronouns and bio while the borders wide open. But mention inflation, they call you a token. We're scrolling through feeds, dopamine to a drip. TikTok dances while the Titanic flips. Billionaires blast off, leave us in the pit. But the algorithm says smile, take another hit. We live in clown world.
And the editing, like for actually changing on the change of the flow, it's coming through much nicer.
Because the dough is now 50K. Stocks popping champagne while the world decays. Red lights growing, but the rich yell, hooray! Clown world, those who approve. TV man says don't trip, stay calm. Portfolio green, so sing them songs. We live in clown world. Talking heads smiling with veneer so white. Everything's fine, consumer confidence high, but 40% groceries, triple price. But CNBC got the green screen looking nice. They pump the narrative soft landing, baby. While grandma eating cat food, call it maybe. Crypto crashed, NFTs in the grave, but Wall Street whale still riding the wave. Gender reveals turn into gender wars. Kids on blockers, parents keeping score. Schools teaching theory while test scores plummet. Common sense ban logic ain't permitted. We live in clown world.
So this is like the only real animation error, but it works the effects. It just makes everything seem crazier. The blurring with people moving around. And I think they're purposely running backwards in terms of having like the glowing eyes as part of the whole clown world effect. So the more stylized you get, the more you can get away with in terms of visual distortion. You even use it to your benefit. I mean, in many ways, the jankiest bit is this bit where it's almost realistic clown dancing in a big top.
Spinning, clowns keep grinning. Who's laughing now? So raise your red cup to the upside down flag. Where truth is found, any lies get a brag. We live in clown world, the mission is free, but the exit feed is sanity. TV man winking, just the plan stays in while they rob your future with a grin. Down might crash tomorrow, hit 100K high, but in clown world, we just laugh and cry. Epstein 5 flood, 3 million pages deep.
See, what I like is that he stops the pulsing often enough on the heavy beats to let your brain recover, let your eyes recover from the effect as well. Now, this is an animation error that's taken to his advantage by having the person hiding the paper behind his back. He's holding it in a weird way, but that weird way plays into the clown world. Reference to the Epstein gaming account on Fortnite that turned up. Turns out it was just some kid who changed his account's name to match what Epstein's one was. Apparently. Okay, I was making sure it's the sound on the song gets a little bit weird there. It sounds almost like it's just saying pay rather than play, which still works because the whole Epstein thing is the idea is that people are just letting their money let them get away with the crimes. Yeah. So either way works. Yeah, lot stronger message than the previous one. The previous one was just a nice little joke about himself. This one's actually got the message about the whole corruption, mistreatment of the population, the lies that were told. Give that a like. Give it a share. It's kind of annoying that I've kind of got that one as the last on my list at the moment because there's so little to actually break down in terms of the clips because there's very few obvious references to specific people outside of politics. But it's very pretty and stylized. Pixels, Toads, Cleopatra, We Live in Clown World, Cultus Noticia, Monkey Business, Meme Team, Wales Bane, Still Singing My Truth. Yeah, that's everything I've previously had. I'm going to give you a nice happy song to play while I check my lists on another tab.
In a world of grey, lies, moody politics, criminal ties, hoping happiness seem far away. Don't let the doomer hold sway. There is always light in the world, fun and excitement and fun. Cute little kitten, voluptuous vixen, so many forms, how some even are worms. Is it a mask or their real task? Are they true or shifty honesty? It's 50-50. Enjoy it all. It's a siren's call, but it's up to you to see it all through. Chat going mad, super chats in a flood of waifu wars, but it's all in well meant jest. Hit that like, ring the bell of who you think is best. Sometimes the visuals are crazy, and I get that lines can feel hazy. But don't become obsessive and social. Spend time with mates who are local. Remember you're blessed, and you'll pass the test. Let the feelings slide, just enjoy the ride. Mythical beast, enjoy the feast. There's a view for any taste. No need to pick one in haste. One's a vicious beast, another's a friendly mate. Many cat ears, so many cat ears. One's a living grenade. Loyal simping army, defending the lore. They tell you touch grass, there's life at the door. Enjoy it all. Enjoy it all. It's a siren's call, but it's up to you to see it all through. Chat's going mad, super chats in a flood of waifu wars, but it's all in well meant jest. Hit that like, ring the bell of who you think is best. Scrolling at 3 a.m., coffee gone cold, clipping moments like they're made of gold. She said my name, mate, you sent a super chat, but your heart's doing flips. You're probably gripped in collab chaos, drama in the stream, odds on standby, deleting the scream. Yet here we are, back for more. Enjoy it all, it's a siren's call. Passing the beats in a digital hall. Cute overload, yeah we're low, yeah we're probably gone, but tomorrow we'll laugh when the subaton's done. Raise your drink high to VTubers, the fans and the endless sky. Mythical beast, enjoy the feast. No shame in the game, it's a brilliant release. All I want.
Okay. All right. I can't find anything particularly stand out to add in, so I think I'm going to call the stream there. Those of you on Twitch, I'm going to try raiding into Griffin Knight. Everyone else, try and find your own way around to those of us in the community if you want. Have a good night. Hope you enjoyed it here, and I hope you see you next time.